Gotta always wait just that couple of seconds there. Wait for those couple of seconds for that song. Leave some for the rest of us to just trail off. Hey, folks, welcome aboard. Hey, we're flying with Mike today. And hang on a second. Okay. Just checking something came in. Um, oh, we're flying today. And glad to be. Yesterday, yeah, we had to uh, call off, and we will every Wednesday. Got special duty to do, folks. Yeah, somebody's got to do it. Got to trudge my way across St. Louis up to this little town called St. Charles. And oh my gosh, just have to watch two 4 month olds do what 4 month olds do: eat, sleep, and poop. That's a rough duty. I know. Somebody has to do it. And unfortunately, this time it has to be me. So, but anyway, folks, it was enjoyable. Enjoyed the time. Um, Wish we could have streamed, but it just pretty tough. So, but no big deal. We had a blast. Hopefully, you all enjoyed your Wednesday, as we like to call Hump Day. But as we get over the hump, headed for the weekend, and here in Scooter Town, where I live, it's homecoming weekend. So that's one of the big shingdings of the entire county, and a lot of people expected to be here, rain or shine. I can honestly say it's never snowed yet. Anyway, so today we are going to fly out of Austria to France. To be specific, Vienna. Actually, Capital Run too here. I was trying to think of if we should name this. I came up with Olympic Shuttle. That kind of seemed, yeah, it's already probably been used 1.5 million times out there in this week. I should have thought of Capitals. Doggone it, Country Capital Shuttle here. But anyway, heading out of Vienna for Paris. To be specific, Vienna, well, the only airport the A320NEO is going to come out of. But in Paris, there are choices. And we chose Charles de Gaulle. Charles de Gaulle. Somewhere along the line, the name Rosemary or something like that was tagged to it. I don't know that whole story, so hope to find out one day. Even that authoritative news source that everyone should use out there, Wiki. Oh, wait, they probably already are. So, beats anyone else out there, that's for sure. But anyway, I hope you all have a great Thursday. Friday Eve is another way to look at it, folks, as we get ready to transition into the season of Eves. Hallows Eve, Thanksgiving, and Christmas Eve. Oh, don't forget New Year's Eve. So, anyway, folks, we're glad you're here. Thanks for taking some time to spend it with us. I had more planned, but for now, because my appointment today went a little bit longer than expected, we're going to do our best to get this flight in and hope and pray for another one. Who knows? So, let's get going. The Toliss A320NEO sits on the line. And folks, I've talked a lot about this plane. Our last flight together was fair. And I'm going to be fair to Flight Factor. Um, it's just, it needs a lot of love. I mean, more love than the C-130 does. They really need to tear it apart and really look at it. Now, after saying all those nice things, let me get down to one thing. There is a mod for this aircraft, folks, that turns it into an A320, what's called CO. This is the NEO. I'm going to use flying with Mike terminology, new age engines versus conventional aged engines. CEO are the conventional CFM IAEs. The Neos are the new Leaps and Pratt and Whitney versions of that. More efficiency. I think they get a few more people. Don't get me quoted on that one wrong, folks, because I've actually never seen one up close. Nor have I seen an A321. So, but anyway, on the bucket list to fly on and or whatever. So, but anyway, let's get going, shall we? We're going to try something here. We'll see if this little difference here works to get us through. Um, we've had a lot of connectivity issues over the last couple of weeks. And I'm hoping I didn't just jinx us. And I hope we have a great flight today. And hopefully this one step that I like to do doesn't happen. But two things, folks. Keep this in mind at all times. If we drop, or worst case scenario, or best case slash worst case, dreaded commercial comes up. You always have YouTube, folks. We do try to post these up there as quickly as possible so that you can pick up on what you missed. I try to do all of my flights while they're not cold and dark. I do plan them from the time the flight crew steps on till we step off, if that makes sense. Albeit we do a little more in-depth debrief than they may do. I don't think they go out and take the airplane back up and land it again, back up and land it again about 4, 5, 6, 10, 20 times. No, but we do walk through it. So you have YouTube for that. The other thing, and if for some reason disconnections get unbearable, I get it, understandable. It would upset me too. It does upset me actually to the point where I'm looking maybe at a new provider. But anyway, second, and maybe something is just grin and bear when the stream goes off because it does come back usually pretty quick. For all of them I had the last flight, only 3 actual videos were made out of all. I think I had 7 actually work through saying disconnect, reconnect, disconnect, reconnect, but only 3 separate videos were actually generated out of it. So I know a little bit of a technical jargon there and not real technical, but it's hard for me to put into words what it's doing. So hang in there. It will come back. And because we've had some really good turnouts here of late, and I hate it when it happens because I know it frustrates you and you just move on. I get it. Hey, you're preaching. I'm preaching to the choir sometimes on this one, folks. But we would love for you to hang on. Lastly, before we hop up into that cockpit, matter of fact, you know what? I'm going to hop up. I'm always scared I'm going to hop up and everything's blanked out. um, you just saw it a few minutes ago. I'll put it up there again. Um, for the next few days, I think we're down to like a week. Um, uh, Flying with Mike, that's what you're watching, this platform, along with Duluth Fly. He's another streamer. On a lot of times I am, as well as a DCS group, CVW20. They're a flying wing on digital combat sim. All together, we are raising money for an outstanding organization. Um, we're supporting the Navy Marine Corps Relief Society. And we are really soliciting your help. To those of you who already have, thank you so much. I'm not really good at this part, folks, soliciting for money, but I can tell you this, what that group does, they take what's called seafaring or seaward personnel, people that work Navy, Marine, Coast Guard, help them transition from Navy, Marine, Coast Guard world back into the civilian world. Uh, while the life in the military is not all that different from our lives here in the civilian world, as I like to call the silly world, because I like to call civilians silly villains, but the transition out of the military back into the civilian cruel world that sometimes it really is, and even more so to them, can be difficult, can be money draining, can be physically just unbelievable, the physical and mental things these service people have seen on their side of the wars or their side of the military, let alone what the Army and Air Force see. Uh, they can, they really need sometimes a lot of people helping step in, helping them um, just kind of, I'm trying to think of a great word here that I love to use, just decompress. Decompress from that world into the world we know. And sometimes the two look a lot alike, and it really makes it even tougher for them. So that's where the Navy Marine Relief Society steps in to help them. It's much. They also have the Veterans Administration. This is more geared into their world, where the VA is this all-encompassing umbrella for all of the military here in the U.S. The Navy Marine Corps heads just for pretty much what it says. Navy, Marines. I think the Coast Guard's included because they see some pretty nasty things too. So, hey folks, I'm going to give you a little tip. If you pull your couch cushions off or look under your bed or even look under your car seat, I'm sure you're going to find some change. Just take that change, donate it. Didn't miss it before, so why not donate it and help these guys and gals out? So, but anyway, I see I forgot something. How did I forget that? I failed miserably, folks. Hang on a second. Let me fix this. Oh, man. But anyway, I'm sorry I got sidetracked there, folks. But yeah, if you can, spare a dollar. That believe it or not, it's amazing what $1 can do, folks, in many cases. Because your dollar combined with your neighbor's dollar combined with their dollar, hey, that's already $3, and we haven't gone very far, have we? I hate when it does that. Hang on, folks. That's what I get for doing too many things at once. All right, I'm getting something fixed here because that timer was, I thought, fixed, and I was so wrong. All right, where'd it go? There it goes. All right. Okay, well, we're not doing a Legion, folks. We are doing Austrian. And for that now, folks, it is time to get this thing going. Oh, I love when I'm still looking at the opening banner and you all haven't seen this purdy plane. But anyway, let's take a look outside. We'll just get up here, kind of zoom in here a little bit. There you go. We're still loading up things out here. I would have swore we were on this when I was looking at it. Oh well. But anyway, that is the beastie to take us over to Paris. So we are sitting in gate 4. I don't know if F4, if there is such a gate as F2. That's where it, oddly enough, FlightAware usually does not report where aircraft are departing and arriving in Europe. However, in Austria, it said gate F2. Maybe that's why I put it. Doesn't exist. No. So, but we are going to be going to Terminal 1 in Paris. All right, folks, now let's get back into cockpit here. Let's get to work. All right, let's bring in, for now, we're going to continue to use Sim Toolkit. However, I am part of a group, VATEX. They're, in my opinion, better than Volanta, but I think they still got some strides to catch up to Sim Toolkit. Had an interesting discussion with a person a couple days ago about a VEDUS, and he kept telling me Sim Toolkit is payware, and I told him no. And if it is, I have yet to find a module you pay for. Volanta, 100%, the guy was right. It is, a lot of it is payware. He asked if it did this. Yes. He asked if it did that. Sim Toolkit I'm talking about. Does it do this? Does it do that? Yes. Then I asked him, does it allow for show you flight schedules? Does it show you this? No. So hopefully by being part of this team, we can elevate. Oh, look at this. Man, where did I learn this? Elevatex. Until he gets himself tongued, yeah, whatever, tongue lashed. But anyway, folks, it really does look to be a really great program. I'm thankful to be one of the alpha testers. And as I promised him, I will open-mindedly, even though I see Sim Toolkit still much better, open-mindedly look into this program and help them elevate it to where it becomes comparable. All right, and with that, so the flight plan just came up. We are taking the MEDIX 1C departure to LAMSI, and pretty much it looks like we're point to point to point. We'll show you a little bit of the why to that here in a second. For those of us in the US, you guys in Europe probably already know about this, or know more than I do about this, because it doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. And man, I think my microphone is booming out there today. Hang on, let me back it down. I'm seeing it punching deep into the orange here. My apologies. Didn't mean to boom like that. But if I am now too low, please, there in the chat, let me know. All right, so let's get Sim Toolkit in here. Hello, Sim Toolkit. Oh, I brought the overlay over. Hang on. You know, that's what you get for having to. I'm going to go ahead and bring up my other overlay right now for the Marine Corps folks. I don't know if you scan that code, what happens. I'm going to thoroughly warn you ahead of time. That's the overlay given to me. So take caution. But overall, the group is a really good group. All right, here's Sim Toolkit. Now I click the right one. All right, so with SkyVector, what I'm going to do is just very simply put in LOWW to LFPG. All right, now we're going to kind of zoom in here. Now you notice here's Germany, here's Austria. See a big difference, folks? Where'd all the airways go? Yeah. And that's not just Austria, folks. That is a lot of Europe. It has been exploding like that over the years. I don't know if, uh, what's the European control? Anyway, I don't know if that has something to do it, because I mean, now we got a half of France, all of Italy, much of the Slavic region, and Vienna, all encompassed in this. So I don't know what the whole movement's about, but yeah, we're losing a lot of airways. And either it's freeing it up to where aircraft can fly more, but boy, the restricted spaces are still in place. So I don't know, but that's why a lot of point to point to point to point to point, then these long airways, actually short, because you get this fix to this fix, but it happens to be on this airway. And it just, oh my gosh, that's just really unbelievable. So anyway, I wanted to show that. That's a little bit of how our flight plan looks like it does here. But then once we get to TOLVU, we hop the UN 580 or 557 or 857, sorry, RAPOR. Then we get on the Uniform Zulu 157, and we enter the VINDU 9 Wisconsin, which I think we are going to change. You'll see why here. Bear with me here as we unfold this. All right. Excuse me, hiccups have come over me. Oh, we got a full boat of people wanting to get to the Olympics. 188 souls. Now, I don't know if this is what the A320 itself can hold. I only know the Allegiant version, and that's 180. They must put those 8 people on the stabilizer and the main wing somewhere. With 8,400, I mean, I bet you we're doggone near max capacities here. So this ought to be a fun flight. We got a block fuel out of here of 14,900 pounds, and cruise index 35. Looks like we might get blessed with 39,000 somewhere along the way. We'll see. So pretty good flight revenue wise for Austrian. And again, this came when I put the airplane in. And for those with Elevatex, I get the airplane too. That's why I'm kind of not sure. You know, I'm looking forward to seeing what they're, because I was with Volanta and then somebody said, hey, try Sim Toolkit. And I went, holy crap, this is so much better than Volanta. And Volanta made you pay for some of the better stuff, but left half of it out. So I'm really hoping Elevatex really looks very hard. I'm sad they're looking at Volanta so hard. Wish they would turn their attention more maybe towards Sim Toolkit. A lot of tools in this toolkit, folks. A lot of tools. Weather. Oh, that's the route. Here's the weather. All right, well, we actually have an ATIS on the ground, so that means on VATSIM we have some kind of ATC. I think we have tower, but it may be approach. Okay, winds are 100 at 5, clear visibility okay. I have a hard time with that one with all the thunderstorms in the area, but if you look straight up, it might be, clear and visible, even though 10 feet to the left, 10 feet to the right, turn around, sit down. Oh, anyway, you might see these towering cumulus. Just kidding. So for Vienna, currently as of 1850, where is that in relation? About 45 minutes old. They're departing 2-9s. 2-9s. How about 2-9? There's only one. All aircraft departing between 2100 local and 700 will be cleared via the noise abatement SID. Okay, don't know what that is, but we'll see. Strict adherence. Those virtual people out there really get pissed and throw rocks at you, folks, so be careful. And they will monitor you. Ooh, okay. All right. Oh, they want it as real as it gets. Them virtual people, why are you falling over me? All right, so transition level is 12,000 feet, winds 105. That's why I'm really shocked they're not shooting them to the east. But anyway, or south. But we'll see how it goes. Oh, those kinds of things crack me up. You couldn't tell. All right, now over in Paris, we have winds of 130 at 12, yet we are assigned two sevens. I don't know about that one. We may change that. Um, there's few clouds based at 3700 CBs. We have another set of towering cumulus based at 4600. And Hawker 125 broke the sky again. Its bases of the brokenness at 11,000. Boy, I tell you, that Hawker guy, if he's out flying, man, bet run for cover. All right, and the winds are variable. 3,000 thunder shower in place as of this was just recently released. So actually, it's an hour old. Disregard. So an hour ago, there was a thunderstorm there. All right, enough on this. Let's get to work. Go ahead and pre-file myself into VATSIM world. He says very cautiously as he can't find the information he needs to finish out the dreaded flight plan form. Are you really kidding me? There's someone out there already with this? What? Hang on a second. Let's find them. All right, we're going to use SimAware. I think I can locate people on this. If not, well, we'll come up with something else. I have another call sign. Oh my, it's really busy here. I'll die laughing if he's still sitting here. I'll die laughing if it's me. Nope, not me. Well, dang it. That ain't working. Um, well, heck. I'm going to try one more and then I'm going to give up on this because you know what? It really doesn't matter. Let's try that. Search. AUA 419. Oh, that's airports. Disregard. All right, we're not going to find it very easily. All right, well, we'll just opt and do a punt and go with a different call. We'll use AUA 572. Now, if it knows this one, then we have a problem. There we go. All right, it's been a while since I've come across that. Boy, the centers are stacking up right now as it is prime time Europe. I figured you all would be out watching the Olympics. All right, so let's get rid of Sim Toolkit and get to work. All right, so we are going to actually be, and I'm going to have to, I think I am going to do this. Hang on, I'm going to change up a little bit here to here. Flight plan, load. Oh wait, that could have stayed. All right, and let me make sure nothing changed. Nothing changed. Okay, fly now. All right. All right, so let's get to work. We got a lot to do in a short amount of time. So, that took a good 30 minutes, longer than I wanted. All right, so folks, looking at the aircraft, we already know the batteries are on. Speaking thereof, let's head up top. We'll do first off, let's get those fuel pumps off. We're on external power. We'll get the nav lights and them are set. And there. Armed the emergency lights. Okay. Put that to purser, put that there. What I'm going to do is a quick battery check. Just click on them so you get the white off. That should show charging and charging. All right, now a lot of times that'll already be done for you. In the real world, what the pilots will do is turn the battery switches off, even though they're on ground power. As we all know, there's that little thing, those power fluxes that come with electricity every now and then. Well, if that disconnects the aircraft, guess what you're on? Batteries. And what would batteries do if you don't have a power source behind them? They drain. So that's why they would. So if that would happen, the aircraft would just simply go cold and dark. And then they got to go through all their procedures and all, and there'll more than likely be a little bit of a delay. All right, so as I said, we've just checked that. Let's do our sound check, or better yet, CVR test. Stands for Cockpit Voice Recorder. That was pretty good. Okay. Next in line, fuel pumps are already off. Let's do our engine and APU fire test. That's a little loud. Hang on. Bear with me. I am actually going to turn that down a little. Actually, we'll bring it right to about here. Let's try it again. Still loud. Okay, well, hang on a second. Let me just see how it looks on the gauge. Doesn't appear to be too loud for you all, just me. So that's the neat thing about technology. I can turn my headset down. There we go. All right, so we got those obviously checked multiple times, and the cargo fire smoke. This one takes a little longer. It may come back again, just click on it if it does. All right, so with that, we can now fuel the aircraft. Okay, now Toliss has both the open or the ISCS, integrated software or in the interactive simulation control system. You can do everything I'm about to do here under loading, or here with the mechanic and the attendant. I like this. I really like. Uh, I may not get the numbers that we have planned, but I'll be awful doggone close. People wise, we will. Everything else wise, we may not. So basically, you click on it, you get this message box, you click the plus sign, and either individually or by tens, in this case, run it up. We're a full plane. Load, unload. Okay, and we're done. Oh, and then up here are the plus minuses. Walk you through the pages. So there's that. There's cabin lighting. I really have not seen this work when it's in auto. Um, but you know, if I had a negative against this plane, and I really don't, because I really don't use that, that would be one of them. The other is page one. You can set your doors open, and if you've got the interactive software set up to where the trucks come up, they come up. But when you move them to auto, they go away. You can see the shadow back here. The shadow. You'll see them in a second. They got to back out, hit the wing. No, actually, they get very close. And then drive through all of the totes. And then they'll just disappear. Poof. Kind of like Puff the Magic Dragon. All right. All right. So that's a really cool system to me. Now, guess what? Same thing over here. 5 pages. Your external air and chocks and all of this fun stuff's here. You can push it back here. I really don't use this. I really enjoy better pushback, although with Flight Factor, we had a lot of trouble with it. Man, did we have trouble. All right, so requesting fuel. All right, so we're looking for 14,911 pounds. Yeah, we can get 15,000 in. Put a little more, put 200 more in. Request fuel. Now, at the same time, you're going to see refueling. Now, I'm going to pop us outside because here comes the fuel truck. And yeah, he's going to drive through everything. But you know, that's better than just pop in, pop in, pop in, or non-existent at all with the Airbus 11. But yeah, it'll sit there till it gets us to 15,900 pounds. And then the sign refueling goes away. All right, and then we'll go to page 4. Right now, leave it. Just click load. And then what I want you to do is head up to the EFB on this plane. Yeah, it has one. Weight and balance. Now let's look at our zero fuel weight, because if they're close together, then that 8,460 pound cargo that we saw on SimBrief, we don't need. Everything I do with these planes wraps around zero fuel weight. Okay, so we'll be at 139, 111. If I take the 200 away, we'll be into 138. So no, we'll leave it as is. We're done here, folks. And I can actually, let's click reset to current. Forgot to do that. And that brought us to 188, our 200. There's our fuel. And there we go. We're ready on this part to go. Refueling's done. I think the fuel truck's already disappeared. And we're ready to go, folks, to continue on. Let's say, hang on a second. Yep. All right, folks. Sorry about that quick break. For those new to flying with Mike, we do work in the office here together, my wife and I. She's working from home. She's a remote worker for Washington University, and I go mute or anything like that, or was just making sure because it sounded like I know this is crunch time for them, and so we're very quick to go to mute to let her go, and we just keep working. So I want to let you all know about that. YouTubers, you won't even know. You just won't. But the Twitch folks that catch us live, that's what's happening. So, but anyway, we're fueled. Passenger count in. Baggage count in. Let's get the plane in and ready to go. So with the fuel on board, let's head up top and get the APU cranking. All right, so we click the master switch and come back down. Clear. We're waiting for flap open. It's doing a few checks, but it's also opening the intake flap so the air will get into the APU jet engine. Flap open. Come back up. Start. All right, while it's going through the motions of starting, let's take a look behind us. Actually, let's click mechanical first. And hang on a sec. We'll get to this in a minute. I'm getting out of sequence. Sorry. I see some things that I need to fix, and I want to, but I can't. Not yet. All right, so spoilers are down, not armed. Flaps are up, kind of like driving on a parkway and parking on a driveway. For those of us in the U.S. know that joke. All right, and then they wonder why people say it's so hard to learn English. Okay, so now we'll check cockpit lights. All right, everything's looking good. And what we're looking at is like we do on the 737 where we start clicking the light bulbs. Here, we're just making sure they're lit. And sometimes we do this. If you ever get a chance, watch the May Day episode of flight, I want to say it's 401 or 411 from Eastern. Crashed into the Everglades early when the TriStars came out, the L-1011s, touted as probably one of the most technically advanced aircraft of that day. Oh, that wasn't the reason it crashed, folks. That was a complete disintegration of the crew, and out of it grew crew resource management. You may have heard of what that term is, and you may not have. I get it. That's, you're getting deep into the weeds with the airlines when you talk this. Crew resource management, even today, has caused crashes. it gives the ability of, there are, when I say captain to you and first officer, who do you think runs the plane? Most of you out there probably said captain, not under crew resource management. Yes, the captain is overall responsible for the plane. However, you as a first officer, back then you as a flight engineer, had the right to step up and say, this is wrong. That broke down on a crash not too long ago. And that is a cult. There's a bunch of things then that come in with cultures. That's not what crew resource management is all about. It is all about managing the cockpit. All the people in the cockpit have a voice. If you see the aircraft low and say, and you feel you need to go around, you say the words go around. I don't care if you're a private or a 15-star general. There is in any country such a thing. You go around. Um, and everyone has a job in the cockpit. Pilot flying, pilot not flying. That's where those terms kind of evaluate. First officer, flight engineer, they all have specific, the resourcing that knowledge, that experience all into the cockpit to work it out. Successes with crew resource management, the United Flight in Sioux City. Together, that crew is the only crew to get that plane that far when they put it in the simulator, everything that went wrong with it. Even though it crashed, they were the only ones to even get it to Sioux City. The rest crashed long way back where pretty close to where it happened. So it comes together when the crew comes together. So very, to think that happened in a cockpit is just, and then to see the stupidity that caused the crash, the actual, that, just tears you up. But you know, folks, I've seen it on Flying with Mike where you accidentally bumped the joystick and all of a sudden it disconnected the autopilot without you knowing it, or the auto hold, whatever it is. So anyway, that's where that grew out of. So, and I totally lost that's where the lights. Anyway, they were checking the lights because they had a landing gear issue. Like many in the day, the light bulb was usually the problem, not the gear. And in this case, the same. The gear was down. And I believe the crew NTSB said locked. But you as the pilots don't know that because they're below you. But an idiot light in front of you tells you that right here. See those three triangles? That tells me my gear is down and locked. If one of those aren't burning, is it really down? Again, that's where all that comes. Sorry for that long rabbit hole. Promise we'll make up for it in flight. Let's go. So we're there. Speed brakes are down. Probe heat. And here. Again, Airbus, folks, if you see white, turn it off or get rid of the white. It's white. It's no white switches. All white off. That's what I'm trying to say. It's right in my checklist. Cross bleeds, auto, pack flow, high. Reason being, full plane. External power can now be turned off. Flicker is coming off that onto the APU. And of course, we can come back down here, click mechanical, come off the power unit. Okay. Hey folks, we're going to start kicking it in gears. All right, ventilation panel, good. All good. And we look good here. Let's go ahead, board people, get the seatbelt sign on. Start moving our IRS switch over to nav. Make sure you see that on BAT. That basically is saying if you lose the engine generators and the APU generator, I don't know if that ever really happening, but if it did, the navigation system should know where you are off your batteries. And there is that little thing called a rat that can be deployed. I don't know how to do it on this plane. I'll be honest. I don't see it real easy, and I'm not going to dig for it. Huh. I'll have to ask some bus drivers that I know. Pose the question to them. All right, so the IRS is aligning. Let's continue on. Come down this suite here. Actually, it's usually coming up. Okay, one more time. Okay. This terrain fault light will go off once aligned. We're on cabin curse, and everything looks good. Okay, we're in auto nav 2. All looks good. APU's running, seatbelts, and no smoking on. And we're pretty much set. No white. We can turn our fuel pumps back on. Working our way up. Radios look good. All right, into the middle here. All right, I think we're about ready to go. Everything's looking good. I want to get my radio frequencies set up. 122 800, even though right now I know Vienna is online in some sort of fashion. Okay, and we're on, we're there, and we're there. Okay. Off again, checked. Okay, parking brake set, check the throttles, they move, engine switches off, and mode is normal. We'll turn our multi-scan GCS to auto, keeping the actual radar unit itself off and the potential wind shear alert off as well. Okay, let's get to work on the McDo. How much time? 7 minutes. Good. And, oh, how did I do that? There we go. Let's get charts in here real quick. Bear with me. I like to get these lined up. I didn't do it in the beginning, so I'm doing it now. Okay, good. All right. I should have cleared that one. All right, so we're good till 8 August on our nav data. Go to the init page. If you want to use init request, make sure you have a SimBrief account and that you've tied it to the account. Read the manual, folks. I'm not going to go over it because there's a lot to it. The actual tying to it is a piece of cake, but there's some steps afterwards you want to figure out what you want in your plane. Okay, so we're going to click init request, wait for it, downlink and Protus. Then it's going to also get our performance and our wind. Well, no, it won't say wind yet. Perf data uplink, AOC aircraft flight plan uplink, and we're good. Go to the init page. Bear with me a second here, folks. Shots, oops, sorry. All right. I hope I blew this enough up to see it without, well, actually we could. It ain't gonna hurt anything. All right. Click. Bear with me, folks. Perfect. All right. All right, so here we go. We are in LOWW, hit here, go to taxi. And what we're going to look for, well, we already have the airport chart. You can see where we are right here. 29 is right here, so it's just a simple taxi to here. We're going to go and make this with our stands. And you can see there's no F2. However, we are in F4, so we need this init up here to be whatever this says, 48, usually 48, wait a minute, 07.1 north. Okay, so it's not. So up 48, 701. Okay, so there's our latitude. Click the line select so the up down arrows are over on longitude. Longitudinally, we're looking for 1634.0. Okay, so we have 1634.0 east. Sorry, folks. So we're set. So align the ref now on that and call it. Do the winds. Next phase. I said next phase. Oops, went too far. Previous. Column. Next phase. Column. And your wind data is fully up to date. So let's click return. Now, we can actually do that in route too. So, just so you know. All right, now let's get rid of that page. Now I am going to put us in parking stands. So here's where we are. So my guess is we're going to push straight, taxi out, possibly to Whiskey, and then head down. Okay, so we'll leave this chart up. Matter of fact, let's pin it. All right, and then go from there. So like I said, we'll come out to Whiskey, which actually isn't showing here, but it was, I believe, this one, and then over to A1 for takeoff. By the way, had we left it at the coordinates on there, you would have been centering the aircraft here. That just brought it to within these two gates right here, narrowing that down as best we can. All right, once you see all your data is right here, Vienna to Paris, that's our flight. Out to Brussels, that's our alternate, looks good. Yeah, it's going to say 419. Not worried about it. All right, with that, let's go to page 2. Let me get rid of charts. Oh, they'll be back in a second. All right, so let's look at our weights. Now, when you look at this, it's going to say 139.1. Folks, this takes you back to math, and I know some of you are going, oh, I don't want school. I had a rough day today in it, or it's summer break flying with Mike. We don't want school. I know, most of you in the world have no clue about that here in the United States. They get the summer off. What? Oh, wait, I had the summer off. Anyway, it's 139.0 times 1,000. So it's 139,100. And you either round up, round down. In this case, we rounded down. That number's good. This number's not. This is your zero fuel weight CG. Look for it under center of gravity right there. It's 29.4. I'm going to go with what the plane tells me. In this case, slash 29.4. Okay, now we got 15.2. We're showing 14.9. That's what we were supposed to load, just so y'all know. Hey, fix the hood. Welcome in. Asking, what's the difference between X-Plane 11 and X-Plane 12? The primary difference is the weather. The scenery got a little bit of an amp up, but the weather went from a generally flat look to the default weather to, and these are Austin, the maker of, creator of Laminar and X-Plane, volumetric, meaning there's volume now to the clouds. So hope that helped. There's other little differences here and there, aircraft added that weren't. But overall, the big, for me, thing that I love about X-Plane 12 is the weather. And folks, that is default. That's not before Enviro or Active Sky or any other weather program. That is what you'll see here today is what it's like in the real world. Minus the fact I've rolled the clock back to closer to departure time of 4:19, uh, which was 9 o'clock in the morning. All right, so we're going to change block fuel to 15.2. But hey, welcome aboard, by the way, Fix the Hood. Glad to have you aboard. Hope you follow us and keep up with us. We appreciate you. Okay, so everything looks good here versus this, and our flight times and final fuel numbers look good. Now let's go to F-plan. Now my checklist reversed that. We come back to it after we put the flight plan in, check the radios. I kind of like doing it right there. And I think I got that from the A321 checklist that I have. All right, flight plan. Let's get over here and bring this in, bring charts back in. Bear with me, I'll make it visible. And folks, you're going to find not much difference between this Airbus and Airbus with other simulators. An Airbus is an Airbus, folks. It's the environment they fly in where I find, and some other things. But the environment in X-Plane is so much superior than anything I've ever flown in Microsoft. So that's why I'm sticking with X-Plane and not jumping ship. All right, so let's get going here. Get that, close that. All right, so we're showing the MEDIC 1 departure for runway 29er. All right, stand by. Let's check the departure again. VATSIM. Oh, VATSIM may not be there anymore. Still arriving, departing 29. Yikes. The winds are exactly the opposite direction. At 4 knots. Oh boy. Okay, we're going to stick to runway 29. So let's come over here, departure 29. And we're talking the Meta 1 Charlie departure. Oh, back up. There it is. And that'll take us out to MEDIX, MEDIX. Whether this is noise abatement or not, those little virtual people are going to be out there shaking their fists at me irregardless. All right, now, one little trick you can do, I don't care if you're in a Boeing or you're in the Airbuses. Folks, check your flight plans. You know, I know we want to get in, fire them up and go. Oh man, we went on I'll bet every bit a 2 or 3 week run where every star or SID or both were entered and all the fixes weren't there. Or we ended up in holy mackerel land. We didn't know what in the heck is it doing. So we had to piecemeal them together. So check them, folks. Because on some of the flights, some of these streamers will take you on, and even you, if you like short haul flights, you don't have a lot of time to figure it out. On the ground is when you figure it out. We're 300, 400 miles, I believe, on this trip. Um, you got a little time in flight, but folks, when you start playing with centers and frequency changing, flight level changing, this and that changing, the last thing you want to change is your um, runway, your SIDS and stars, because you got to check them, folks. Sometimes they're in here, right? I don't care what sim you're flying. You know, humans make mistakes. You know, the NavGraph and whatever the other organizations are that update our FMCs, our flight sims, um, just they can enter wrong information. So it behooves us to check it. And of course, if you're those like me that like to fly as real as possible, should be doing it anyway. Aha, there it goes. 27 right, change, not used now. So we will have to make a change. All right, so here's what we're going to do. So we're flying from Vienna to MEDIX. We got our chart right here. So for us, I don't know if this is the noise abatement. So those little virtual people are going to be flipping us off, throwing rocks at us, or worse, and throwing their fists in the air at us because we're probably not going to be on the right departure. All right, so climb on a heading of 291 to 1000, then to whiskey 293 to 232 to 231 to MEDIX. So as you can see, we come off the runway, turn at 1,000 feet to here, 232, 231 MEDIX. So we are probably on it because there's the noise monitoring points. That's them virtual little people going, don't fly over my house, dang it. All right, and then set your nav display up for plan, and then whatever you think is best to figure out if you have a waypoint out of whack. All right, let's walk it through real quick. There's our 1,000, W293, 232, 231, and using the arrow key here, MEDIX. All right, in Boeing, you would be using this line select key. Next to it would say the word step, and you just step through your plan. We're stepping through with the up arrow. Okay. And then MAMOR. We're at our step climb / top climb. ASPAT, where's ASPAT? There we go. VIBOM, BETEX, everything's looking good so far. We start down to VEDUS. VEDUS is the beginning of the end. Just kidding, folks. We still got to get into London? What? Wait, what? We went the wrong way again, folks. Dang it, that right turn in Albuquerque always sends us wrong. And if you haven't heard of Bugs Bunny, yeah, no. Sorry about that, folks. All right, so we're going to have to change our departure. I'm sorry, our arrival, because I think we're now coming in on 9s. So we're coming in from west to east. Okay, real quick, if you use IVAO, there's a controller probably there so you can see what's going on off of them. And we can't get the real one. Unlike the United States where we can. All right, so 2 minutes ago, again, thunder shower activity. They are arriving the 9s and the 8s, 9 left to be exact. and departing 9 right and 8 left. Transition 7, TA5, Paris facing east. I don't get that. Is that? I have no idea what that is. So, but anyway, VATSIM I do not think is online, so that's why we don't. So that means since 9 left, that's the outer runway to the on the north side. So, and I'll show you that. This is the runway they want us on. 9 left, 88 100 feet, or for those of you over there, 2,700 meters. And here's Terminal 1, which is good because we'll come off one of these high speeds and make our way here. Don't know what gate, but we'll find somewhere. I kind of like this one, by the way, too, so I'm kind of glad. All right, so 9 left now. 8, 8, 9 left. Boom. All right, so now our departure will be maybe this one. We'll check it out. Still set up for the 2.6s. So the cool thing is when you click the arrivals, it'll give you them to 9 left. Since we did E or W, let's look at this one real quick. Now, this is going to be one that is 2 more charts needed. Okay, you've got your initial approach here, which I like. We'll keep it. Now, this is the tricky one coming, and I've got to save both, I'm pretty sure. All right, so we'll come in. Well, actually, let me just see the oh, this is the intermediate. And this is for the RNAV, right? Yeah. Okay, so let's look at the other one. Okay, now this is the actual ILS chart. There is actually a chart, and I believe it might have been the one above or below that gets us in. Oh, here we go. For initial approach, during night times, we can do Bravo 3 or this one. Because technically, it is during night. The funny thing is, in all of this, it's way north of Paris. They're not seeing or hearing these guys. Now, of course, you're going south. They may, they'll just reroute them around the venue. It's just kind of funny. All right, so let's go ahead and, oh, these are our, all right, hang on. This is where it gets complicated. Let me look at this one real quick. All right, what charts? Boy, I hate this when they're not numbered. Okay, now let me see if it gave me the other chart. Oh, it did. How did it find it that quick? Okay, so it found it. So basically, folks, we're going to go from VEDUS. Here we go. We'll just do it this way. VEDUS, XRAM, Inori, Devon, Lorne, Oh, that's how it did it. That's my initial fix. Okay. And then, okay, so to see that, we need this chart, and they don't list them by chart number, but it filled it in for us. And then we'll come in out here and land. Okay, so we'll be coming in on the ILS. Let's see if we can't find it. Here we go. All right. Okay, A07 through A9. Wow. And then Bravo 3 and 4 at night. All right, we'll just stick. I think that's what we got. So I'll just go ahead, pin it for now. And let's see. Yeah, that looks like it, so we'll go with it. All right, so here we go. Let's see how easy this is going to be. This is going to get complicated over here, folks. So, um, stand by. To stand by. All right, so for the arrival, we're going to plan ILS 9 left. This is the stars. We're going to have to go all the way down to VB or VE, VEDUS. 9 Echo. Okay, 9 Echo. Let me just double check a lot of things here, folks. VEDU 9 Echo, right? Yep. All right, VIA. Now, this is where that in between from Lorne to IG09 left comes in, which was Lorne 9 Pop. All right, so thankfully there's no transition. So we're landing runway 9 left via the Vendu 9 Echo Star, continuing on the Lore 9 Pop arrival to the ILS. Insert. Go home. Flight, we're out of time, folks. Wow. There's a lot to this one. And Paris and Frankfurt and London are this complex. I'm sure you guys can list them off. I'll bet Schiphol. I'll bet, no, Rome isn't as bad. Um, but those four are probably the toughest to plan. And before NavGraph charts, folks, the toughest to find all these charts. With London and Frankfurt being somewhat easier because of their VATSIM centers. All right, so let's just do it here. Close off. The good thing is we can just read them off as we come down. So VEDUS, Exram, Enori, Devim, and Lorne. Okay, now I am just going to work through this. Lorne. Next up, Bunor, PG 501 554, and IG 9 left. And then take a breath. Next up should be, and I'm not sure how they'll delineate it, FF09 left, and then I'm not sure how they'll do this one. Oh, that'll be it. All right. And into there. I know they should put them in, folks. You realize what it took to get to this point. These guys, I don't think, work for a lot of money. So, hallelujah, we have something. All right. Now, there's to the runway. All right, here's the missed approach. Missed approach is out to PG 672. Hang on. If you read here real quick, straight ahead, 4,000 feet, PG 671, continue to, and then as directed. So that's why you don't see anything else. Then if we go to our alternate, that's how we get there, which is Brussels. Now you can fill in the flight plan discontinuities. More than welcome to, folks. This guy's not, we've taken a long time to get to here, and I think you all want to see Mike fly. That's at least what I came here for, is flying with Mike. So, all right. So with this page, let's go to RadNav. Hang on, I'm going to do this. Slide you over like that. Click, click, and everything looks good in case we got to come back. And shots. Finally to the perf page. All right, nice thing about Toliss. Now you can use SimBrief's, takeoff information perfectly well in hand. I'm going to use this. Now I got two ways to go. I could click the uplink here, or I could work this and work out scenarios. Let me show you what I mean by a scenario. First off, let's get on the same page with the airport here, LOWW to LFPG. Oh, that ain't going to help. One doggone bit. There we go. All right. Now, we saw that wicked line of storms in between, folks. It doesn't look that bad now. I don't see a lot of SIGs out there. Significant weather alerts. However, the weather here is 110 at 4. Okay, it's not showing that. 25 degrees. It's showing that. And hang on, I need to now come here. One other neat thing about charts, folks, you can pull up the METAR, and then it'll break it down into under the familiar words for you. Say, for instance, what the heck is 25 degrees Celsius? To me, feels like I'm going to need to wear a winter coat and a scarf and a hat. Oh wait, it's Celsius. So that means it's a different temperature. I'm being very, I'm not trying to be sarcastic, facetious maybe, but we all have different. Europe, you're on metrics. We get it. We're not, so it makes it a little difficult, but we can translate it. 77 degrees Fahrenheit. So I don't think I want to wear a winter coat, scarf, and a hat. I think I might. Well, I could lose some weight. I mean, burn it off. However, now you see inches of mercury. Now I have tried a couple times putting in the QNH in millibars. Yeah, it sometimes is good, sometimes it's not. We're just going to stick with it. That is 1010 hectopascals. So what we'll do is just change this. 110, and we said 4, was it? Oh, hold on. 13 minutes ago, 140. How'd I get? Oh, I know how. 140, and I think I saw at 2 knots. Yes. All right, so we shifting a little more to the southeast, still on our tail, but not as bad, folks. Only a 2 knot tailwind factor, 1 knot on a cross, so it's really not bad for an airliner. If you're in a Cessna or a Diamond or something like that, you shouldn't be doing tailwind anyway. Probably shouldn't be at that airport also, but that's between you and them. We definitely have a dry runway and we can run any ice off. Air conditioning, however, that is another word for PAX, on. Now, with all of this set, folks, now if you know you're going to take off and there's delineation, which I don't think the airport chart does here, but I'm sure if I get into some of the preliminary documents, it'll tell me you could set up for an Alpha 3 departure. I'm thinking that's going to be around 9,000 feet. Bingo. Intersection, takeoff, how much, you could put that in there. And it will adjust and tell you. We'll go full length. So flaps 1, flex 73 between 128 151, and there's the rest of our speeds. So if you like this and your stop margin leaves you 300 feet, stop margin, folks. Remember, some of the shorter runways we went on, this line was like right here. No. But again, you can go with, so if we go 151, that's the maximum. You could then come in and go, what the heck, let's try toga. Plenty of room that way. Or let's go back to flex and let's go to flaps 2. Now you got 25. You see it changes. It helps with that. So just so you can see, that's what I mean. You can play with it and see. Now, real world, you're going to go with whatever is, when you send your data to them, it comes back. That's 9 out of 10 times what you go with. You got to have a lot of good reasons why you're not. Okay. And it could very well be they don't know they want you going off Alpha 3, Alpha 2. That could be. So, but anyway, so now we know this. Let's turn our attentions here. Click uplink. Make our numbers match. And we said 1010. I know it's a very long time on the ground here, folks. Winds 140 at toe. There's our dry. Now, if this came back saying, well, we're doing flaps 2, so I'll put that in there. Okay. That way it'll generate the data, but I won't put this in here. I'll let it do it, and we're not going to worry about flex right now. Give it a second to say takeoff data uplinked. Click. I'm sorry, I clicked the wrong one. It's going to come up with it again. All right, now you're seeing toga. All right, these are the numbers if we go all out full power. Click flex. Now you're going to should get these numbers. Okay, they took us to 69. I'll be right back. All right, folks, my apologies. Baby was screaming pretty loud, so had to go see what was going on. We got her calmed down. Sorry about that. And you were sick. Welcome, sir. Yes, 0 0.0 at 25 degrees Celsius? Nah, I think that's 0 or 25 degrees. Oh, yeah. You guys with your Celsius, and I know you all say the same thing. Well, you guys with your, I haven't told this story in a while. We had an exchange student from, of all places, Austria. She cracked me up day one or two. Besides the fact this girl could speak English better than most people in America, um, you would have never known this girl was from Austria. uh, we're maybe a month or two from right now, so September maybe at the latest we picked her up, and we're trying to, I can get it. She's departing what she's known most of all of her life, coming to a new country, new people. What the heck am I getting into? Kind of deal. Anyway, I told her now as we get into winter, and this might have actually been a few months later as we were getting into winter. When it says 0 degrees outside, when we say it's 0 degrees, it's not 32 degrees Fahrenheit. It's actually like what minus 14, 15 in Celsius, something like that. Her eyes got really big. Oh my God. It's a whole different thing both here and there. It was quite, to me, it was kind of like, oh, yeah, and I could get you guys would come on, 0 degrees. That's only 32 degrees. Big deal. No, it's actually a lot colder than that. So, hang on a second, folks. The dog, stand by. I forgot with the fiasco hearing the baby screaming and all. I let the dog out and I forgot he was still out. Thankfully, they let him in. It was only 5 minutes, and it's pretty warm though today here. So, all right. Anyway, where we left off here, folks. So you can see we pretty well match. We got our speed numbers here, a little different than this. Hit compute again. Oh wait, and a different trim number. Why are we different? Out of curiosity. Huh. Well, anyway, we'll go with it. Insert. So 141, 141, 143. So basically, notch it up. We'll go fine. This will be fine. Transition level. I don't know if we have an ATIS for Austria now. Oh, excuse me. Let me see. No. Where is Austria? Hang on. Oh, there it is. Yeah, there. Oh my God. It's like Europe just died. Holy mackerel. Okay, well, we're going to just go with it. I want to say I thought it said 12,000. And worst case scenario, I know one place to check he might have it. Black box. Exclamation mark black box, folks, will bring you to a great site for Europe with the Airbuses. Transition level, they're saying 10. But for these like accelerations and all, he has those calculations. So really good stuff here. Oh, and he even gives the meters for the different intersection departures. Oh, wow. That's pretty cool. Hey, thanks, Black Box. Really great. Your site always intrigues the heck out of me. I'm going to go ahead and set it because it's actually substantially different. Engine out for runway 29 is 2100. Now, unfortunately, like I said, it is meters, and there is no way to get it in my language. So you'd have to do the translation. So Bravo 3. Where the heck is Bravo 3? That's on 16. Hang on. Am I reading it right? Okay, I'm confused, so I'm not going to use that part, but I'll use his numbers otherwise. But they're really good. Transition level 10,000 he has. I'm keeping 12 because I saw that earlier. And we're ready to go here, folks. After all the fun we had, do we really want to leave? Yes, I heard that. All right, finally, folks, we're aligned. We've got our McDo set up. Let's get ready. Last steps before pushing back. All right, so we go through the top here. Flight director, lands constraints. That's in case we have to come back. We're set. I'm going to keep it at 20 for now. VOR. Managed with the dashes and dots. Our initial takeoff, since we don't have anyone here, 30 something thousand. Let's go to 32. I need to see my flight plan. All right, bear with me, folks. I'm just getting. Oh, really? What did I do wrong? There we go. All right, so again, initial climb is 32,000 with a step up to 39 at TOLVU. Not sure where that is. I'm not going to find it easily there. Okay, so right there is where we'll step to 39. Do y'all happen to catch that? Okay, LAMSI, which is way back here, we go to 38,000 through all of this. TOLVU is there, and then we drop back down to 38 at RAPOR. We're talking this distance to that distance. I think we'll stay at 38. Oh, that's kind of funny. Simbrief, you're cracking me up. Oh, we won't even get up before we come back down. Flying with Mike and flying in general, folks, can be interesting. All right, finally, brake fan on, anti-skids on, auto brakes, and we're set, ready to close up. Should have got rid of those guys a long time ago. Long time ago. All right, so they're in auto, driving away right now. We'll go ahead, close up the front door. And once it's closed, J. There it goes. We'll do a quick look around. We should only see chocks. Yeah, it looks like it just rained. We missed it. All right, let's get better pushback in here and let's get to work, shall we?
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
I want to go home. Think we're just going to push straight. And then off to the corner here.
Ground to cockpit. Toes driving up.
All right, once we see the tow in front of us, we shall kill the chocks. Kill the chocks. All right, let's get the beacon on. Transponder.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
TARA, we're ready to go, folks. And 1010. All right, folks, we are the Olympic Shuttle getting ready to push back. Hey, we're actually on time for our sim brief.
And bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Yes, we are. How about that? Man. What? Who said we were on time? Push him back.
Starting pushback, and you may start the engines.
All right, and final checks. Beacon transponder switches 12 o'clock. All right, we're ready to start them. Let's go ahead. Very simple, folks. Put them to engine start, and you can start 1 or 2. We'll start 2. Now, forget who it was I was talking with. With the NEO, hang on a second. With the NEO, especially when you use the Pratt version, that would be the 271. The engines are going to need to cool. I know that sounds truly weird, but it is very pronounced in the Pratt & Whitney version. You may actually wait a minute and a half before it'll even spool up. All right, so we got available. Let's go ahead and get right in on number 1. Cooling. You see the word right here? It already did. Like if we were to do a quick turn in Paris to go somewhere else, there's a good chance that cooling, I forget the part that's cooling actually, will take at least a minute before. So if you see that word when you switch to ignition, start them up immediately so you get those fans going, because it's going to take a little bit to get going. Conversely, in some of these, you won't warm up quick enough in 3 minutes. Usual warm-up time is 3 minutes. So what you're going to see me do here soon, folks, second the veil comes, start the countdown. And usually within 3 minutes, the engines are up and ready to go.
Please set parking brake.
Brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
And so those are things you got to kind of watch. And your engine temperatures will be down here. Now, when you do your takeoff config, that's when you'd find it. All right, let's get going here. All right, so to the top, APU bleed off. Armed 1, 2. Buckle my shoe. Okay, confirmed. Flaps going to 2. All right, while we're here, click FACTL. All right, now currently we're set 0 over 0, 0.0 up. Our FMC says we need to be up 0.3.
Disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the right. I'll see you next
Set
time.
it.
And have a safe flight.
Hey, thanks for the pushback there. We appreciate the fact, Fly, that better pushback is a better pushback than default, and it's free. Flying with Mike loves the word free. All right, now, once we've done that, let's go ahead and check our surfaces. Make sure hydraulically we're good. And you don't have to check them as much as I do. I just like to make sure everything's up and going. All right, and then deselect. All right, now moving on. Yeah, let's get our doors armed. Flight attendants arm the doors. Unfortunately, they don't talk back. Some good in that. Did every lady just leave my stream? Oh, anyway. And APU off. All right, we're ready for taxi. Lights on. Oh, wrong one. Taxi, taxi. Elapsed time. Let's get on our way. Told you we're going to try and make it up. As we've almost been 2 hours in on the ground. All right, and while we're taxiing here, elapsed time flight controls have been checked. FMA, we are set. Flight management set. Nav climbed, good. Auto brakes max. Terrain on. Weather radar on. Austria ground, Austrian 572 taxiing to runway 29. You know what I need to do is come online. Yeah, I just realized I hadn't. We'll come out here to whiskey. LIP, that's probably something to do with Europe. Oh, Venice. All right, Kevin. Okay, and we just need a test of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. All right, one thing, folks, you haven't heard anything on Unicom. So, to not repeat an incident in Bergen that we had, where we almost got hit by a plane, we're going to look this time because nobody seems to be on the radio. We are not in VAT USA territory, folks, so this is not common traffic area. So, we need to make sure we're announcing. Nobody said a word on that landing. Okay. Oh, I'm hearing thunder in the area, folks. Hold shorts right here, folks. Look at the Alps showing up on the radar, terrain radar. Just waiting on our little 737 ahead of us, Austrian 12 Echo. No word again. That or, let me double check my settings. I know, hopefully it's not me too. And Austrian 572 lining up and waiting 29. All right, final checks, folks. All right, okay, we're good. Transponders TARA engine mode as required. Turn on lights. Wing lights. Give me a second, double check my radios down here. $122.8, and we're on. Speakers all set. Okay. And we're good there. All right, we're ready to go, folks. I actually don't see the aircraft ahead of us. All right. And Vienna traffic, Austrian 572 departing 29. What did I just click? How the heck did I do that? I didn't know that. All right, clicks all on, timer on, 50% power. Waiting for her to stabilize. We are set up for flex. .80 knots. V1. Rotate. Gears up. 1,000 feet, folks. Let auto handle it because all right, folks, ground spoilers. Okay, first off, ignition's good. Ground spoilers down. Flap 1. Brake fans off. Going, flaps up. All right, folks, we are on our way. We got a little cell somewhere right over there. Look at that. Oh, man. All right, folks, we're through 6,500 feet on our way up. Weather radar is looking awful mean up ahead. So we'll kind of take it easy. Meanwhile, yeah, the terrain's not looking too bad, so that's cool. All right, folks, so we're on our way to Paris. The Olympic Shuttle, airborne. I don't know if they call this in a real life that, but I'm calling it. And again, sorry for such a delay out of Vienna, but I hope you enjoyed. We'll be on the ground here. Oh, you know what? I think we need the other one up here. Not that one. Uh-oh. Bear with me a second, folks. There we go. I don't see any ETA or anything like that up there. Oh, there we go. Okay, that's a little bit, that's a lot. And I've already told it this once. Okay. All right. My only, and this is not, I don't think, directed at Elevatex, but myself, I don't like the font of the numbers in this overlay. That's something I'm going to have to work on. Not them, at least I think. I haven't even figured out where I found it in here. So, so showing an hour and 26 on mine here. So, yeah, we'll see how this works as we come across the edge here. Oh, we're through transition, so we'll punch that. Get these lights off outside. Now, the reason the strobes are on auto, hang on a second here. Um, when the wheels leave the ground, those the struts to the main wheel wells extend, and when they do that, the strobes come on. Conversely, when they land and everything compresses, the strobes go off. So if you're like that weird guy flying with Mike out there who always forgets to switch, they're on right now and then they'll turn off when he lands. So, all right, folks, so we're on our way. Again, thank you so much for your patience with me. And hang on a second. And please check out the Navy Marine Corps Relief Society. Folks, we're teamed up with a DCS component, CVW 20. Uh, as well as Duluth Fly in trying to raise money for these folks. What they do is help those in the Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard transition from military back into the civilian world. Usually it's not bad. I mean, there's not a lot of difference, but there's a lot of difference in the way you expect things. In the military, it's what we call very disciplined. In the civilian world, it's very chaotic, too distracting. And we help bridge them into this. Also, they're going to need help, folks. Some, you know, they've seen some stuff, folks, from wars uh, and other events that they need help with, both mentally, physically, spiritually. They help them get back to where, you know, taking the skills they learned and using them to the best capacity with the civilian world. So we would really love it. Folks, we're only down to like a week and a half of this worthwhile cause we're trying to raise money for. Check them out. You can see where we're at up top there in the overlay. But check them out, folks. Look in your under your couch, in your seat cushions, under your chair or seat in the car. Folks, you're going to find some money. Take that money. You didn't even know you had it and give it to these folks. You aren't losing anything. So, or, you know, open up that wallet and help them out. They really could use your help. So, thank you. We thank you so much for those that have taken that next step and helped them out. Folks, they're the ones that allow you such freedoms here in the United States. It's one way to give back to them. So, all right, you can see we're in hyperspace now. So, Chewie, take us out of hyperspace. It's broke. That was rah, 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 rah. Yeah. All right, folks, I'll be right back. Give me a second. I want to check in with my wife. All right, folks, I'm back with you. Sorry about that. A little longer than I wanted to talk with the wife about something. Uh, so we'll just continue on. And got a great verse today of the day. See that no one repays anyone for evil, but always seek to do good to one another and to everyone. I think that's a great life verse for us all. You know, leave the vengeance for the Lord, not us. Two reasons. One, we always screw it up. And two, with the Lord, it's always done correctly. With care and I just really don't have I always say it wrong, so I'm just going to leave it, Paul, in all of his infinite words, had it right. See that no one repays anyone evil for evil. That right there, folks, is everything we should do. Always forgive and uh, do good, love on each other. Make sure we help each other out. A lot of stuff coming down the road. All right, looking here, let's see. I don't see any centers directly EDDG. Who the heck is that? Hang on, serve info. Do you gonna have, oh. All right, so there's us. That is, what's EDDG? Munster. I need to go there. I've heard a lot about this place. There's Cologne. Okay, maybe we'll hit a flight up there here shortly. And Dusseldorf. That's another one I'd like to fly into. So anyway, I really hope we're getting out voice. Problem is, we do not have any voice controlled areas today because of how late we got jumped on this. And that's my fault. I allowed myself to talk too much. So forgive me, folks. Don't repay me evil for evil. So, but I hope y'all did catch some important things out of that. All right, and we did have a somewhat emergency. So, uh, with the little youngin getting her calmed down. All right, so we are currently 1 hour from Paris. I'm double checking a lot of things here, folks. Yeah, 1 hour, 1 minute per VETEX. Where's Sim Toolkit? Ah, there it is. I know I don't have that one up here right now. They are showing us 1 hour, 1 minute out too. I didn't think there'd be much difference there. Now, hold on here. Hold on. It looks like maybe we do have a center. I'm checking this new site that I think it was a couple weeks ago flying um, Baku to Ramstein. We got into Poland, and this guy, the controller, put me on this site. And what it did is it shows, as soon as I find me, when it's kind of like serve info. I'll be totally honest with you. A lot like serve info in showing you where they're covering. For those of you in the U.S. like me, Jacksonville, if you didn't realize, broke into 3 pieces. Although a lot of times they control it all, but it's breakable into 3 pieces on VATSIM. Boy, there's a couple of other centers that really need to just do that all the time. That's another stream for another day. um, but it showed like when in the case when he showed this to me, when Poland was up with their center, it showed where he was covering. Like right now, we have EDDG. That's Munster. What do we call it? Lagen. I don't know if that one's called Lagen or not, but anyway, it shows where they cover. And for us, it gets nowhere near our route. So now if you look at Sim Toolkit or LVATEX, it shows us flying right through it. But if they ask us to call, we'll call. I don't care. It'll also let me know my voice is working or not on VATSIM. So, okay, we'll count to 11, possibly 12. uh, Thank you, NCUSIC. Appreciate you. Appreciate it. But it has been an interesting day at the appointment we had and tonight. All right, so Paris is 1 hour ahead of us, folks, and we should be there. And let me check if we're close to our step climb. All right, we step to 38 at LAMSI. Where's LAMSI? Oh, we're past LAMSI. MAMOR. So let's take it up to 38,000. Okay, to do that, folks, you just dial it up. Now, on the wheel, on the knob itself, one dot, is that push in? Two, we pull out? Let's find out. Yeah, we pushed in, we go into managed, and that'll take us up nice and gently to our flight level cruise. I hope we're waiting. There it goes. And new cruise altitude entered. Now, step now, step now. I don't know how to institute that, folks. So if y'all can point me in the manual so I can kind of learn it. The other thing I'd love to learn, and I've only been able to successfully connect one time to CPDLC, that would be utilizing this screen. But folks, it's very basic in this plane. It's not as in depth as the other sim. For instance, the other sim, the guys that fly it for Virtual American get their gate information that way, and other things. But yeah, well, we know VATSIM's connected. So, all right, so let's get off constraints and LS, go to airports. All right, so those are two pieces that I'd really like to get more in depth with. Um, all right, well, I am going to somehow stay quiet, let you all enjoy, and we'll get a little mosaic out in the background. Hey, Robo, welcome aboard. Why is that so loud? I am still live. Awesome, Robo. Awesome. Great stuff I've seen from your handiwork on Duluth and Bad Attitude stream. Great work. All right. I'll let you know. I'm going to try to work with this Elevatex one, if for anything, to make the uh, font a little bigger. But I got to figure out where the heck I found it. Where you found it for me? I can't find it on the Elevatex. Oh, why are my seatbelts still on? I thought I turned. Oh, that's right. I thought it was in auto. That's why. Yeah. Oh, by the way, folks, I learned something earlier today. I did not know this about Toliss. I should have, but I didn't. If you haven't noticed, there's no magnetic compass up here in the airplane. I did not know this is where they put it, and I don't know why. Really don't understand that one. It's tucked away. Now, granted, I don't. Well, I mean, I did a lot when I flew Pipers and Cessnas, rely cross checkings, but I do they do that in the real airlines? I don't know. Well, yeah, it's an Airbus. I just because I want to say the 737 I think is on the post, but I'm not 100% sure now. I'm gonna have to fly it to find out. But I didn't know that's what they did in Airbus. That's just kind of cool to me. But I still wonder, do in the real airline flying world, do they rely on it a lot, except for when things go snafooey? But overall, I like it. It's just something I didn't know. Okay, folks, flying with Mike learned something. Learned a couple things today. We're done. We're gonna wrap things up. Hope you all have a great night and a great weekend. Just kidding. Yeah, that just I, and it was by total accident that I did it. So that's what's even makes it even better. The things you find out in these airplanes. Looks like Munchkin's a bit busy. Munich to the rest of the world. I had a guy I worked with at the airport that always got mad at me for calling it Munich. Probably still getting mad at me. But I'm going to tell you, I like this paint. I, by the way, have still chickened out in getting sound modules for these aircraft, mainly because of what this one does. It it like starts and then retreats back with the sound, and I don't know if that's in the operating system X-plane or the actual airplane that's causing it to do that. See, you hear it now? Hear that? It comes in and backs off, which is cool. Doesn't blow your eardrums, or at least mine, out. All right. Let's look real quick at the arrival, folks. Let's see. First off, we're about 50 minutes out. And so we just left MAMOR for ASPAT to VIBOM BETEX. All right, so. All right. Oh, now the wind's changed again. What? Still going to come in on the nines. Okay. And again, that's IVAO. If VATSIM comes up, there could put a, in the Paris area, they could put a ADIS out there. But for now, we'll keep it with 9 left. And just deal with a 6-knot tailwind. All right, so now again, remember, this is a little complicated. Getting into these bigger airports can be a little challenging to input into your FMCs and your McDo's, as you saw us in the pre-build when we built this up in the on the ground. I do recommend doing that. You can always change in flight. You hope to God to not have to do it into Paris or a London or a Amsterdam or Frankfurt with all of these different they're transitions, but they use the vias to the max to get there. And you'll have your initial descent or your initial star, then the transitional star to the actual instrument approach. Cool. And we got a good dose of it today. I think Paris is one of the worst at it. But anyway, VEDUS is where we enter it. And that is at or below 28,300 knots. Then we head over to XRAM, Enori, down to Devum, where we'll be below 16,000, and then Lorne between 11,000 and 15,000. Okay. Do we have any additional off of this? No. All right. Now, from Lorne, we transition to our ILS. Okay. And that is on a different chart. So here's Lorne for the arrival night approach, 9 left. Technically, it is nighttime there, so I'm at least doing that, even though it looks like a nice, beautiful European day. Severe thunderstorms and so we're going to be doing the Lorne 9 pop arrival. Okay, so we start at a speed of no faster than 300 between 15,000 and 11,000. Then we run for the 37 miles to Benor, PG 501, PG 554 to our IG 09 left. Now, I don't know if IG is like initial fix. Well, it is, but I don't know if that's just the designator they gave it. But anyway, that we are at 4,000, no faster than 185 knots. So we go from 11,000 to 4,000, from 300 to 185 knots through this simple racetrack. Hit IG09 left. Now we transition to the actual ILS plate. Again, you know, I like to look at it in 3 sections. Your briefing strip up here that gives all your frequencies you could be handed off to. Your ATIS in French. Oh, wow. I didn't know they did that. That's cool. Approach. Your tower and your ground, depending what side of the fields. And then your localizer. Here it's PNE 10935, final approach of 084 at 11.4 DME from the localizer, 4,000 feet, which translates to 3,622 feet above the ground. Bold is above sea level, bracketed above ground. Quick note, METARs, your weather, that number, overcast number, so like overcast 002, that's overcast 200 feet, and they are always above ground level. Always. I think you understand why. But if not, we'll get into that in another stream. Not this one today. Okay, our decision altitudes, speaking of which, in bold is above sea level. So that would be the barrow. Barrow meaning, oh wait a minute, you're not seeing this. Hang on. Yeah, that goofy guy again. All right, so I just opened up the primary flight display. All right, so what we were talking about, this is barrow above sea level. Okay, you can't see a number right now because I think it's 2,500 feet, anywhere between 2,500 and 3,000. The radar altimeter starts displaying. And what the radar altimeter is a beam to the ground, giving you how much you're actually above the ground. Not above sea level. That's what this one is. That's why you set it to a barometric pressure, be it hectopascals or millibars or inches of mercury. You're setting it to sea level, what it is above the sea level. For that given pressure you're flying through in the atmosphere. All right, so for the now, where these come in handy, okay, when we start setting the FMC or McDo up for the arrival, putting in the barometric, the winds, can't remember if the temp goes in, and decision altitudes, be it barrow or decision, being above ground, that's where these come into play. So you would either go barrow at 578 or above the ground at 200. If you fly into places like Denver, I think Zurich might be significantly at least above 1,000. Trying to think of some, Bogota, El Alto, those are some really good ones. I don't really know any good ones here in Europe that are of significant elevation. Madrid, I think, is. Uh-oh. We may have a change in play here. Yep, we're back to the 2.7s. I don't know why, but we are. So we're going to be doing a switch here, folks. It's only a 6-knot tailwind. I just don't think I can get all of this put back in. Who is it not used with? IVAO. Okay, so VATSIM, there is none. Okay. I'm going to actually keep it. Oh, that's why 220. Okay. Let me see what they're doing here. Oh, there's nobody to see. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to keep it set for the nines. Hope for the best. We'll see what really happens. All right. So kind of boiled it down there for you. So for us, 578 is what I'm going to put in. Nothing outlandishly telling me. I'm coming in on the nines still. Um, here's where you get that information for what chart to use in between. Okay. Now, down here, we come in and you can see how we're flying. 11.4 is 4,000 feet. From then on, it's all the way in. That's where we should be on the glide path, and we should be fully configured 11 miles out. Okay. And for us, I'm thinking about a 130, maybe faster, because we are fully loaded. So we'll see how this plays out. And reels and pappies, pappies on the left side. Minimums 200 and 550 meters. All right, so kind of pay attention here and see if we're going to be required to change up. That also changes descent profiles, a lot of things, folks. All right. I really hate the weather sometimes, folks. Although it is very nice to look out at sometimes. Distance to top of descent, 162 miles. Well, hello again. Thought I'd give y'all a break from this, from me, and get this thing in here. We are currently 120 miles from top of descent. Looking weather-wise, looks like a nasty day, nasty time right now in Paris. We'll see what it's like when we come in. Um, the radar I use here seems a little better. So I'll have to figure out which one this is because that's not an VETEX thing or a Sim Toolkit thing or a Vala. It's what source are you using or what filterings or whatever. So, and are they as up to date as they could be? Some are, some aren't. All right, so again, while we have a couple minutes, hang on here. Anytime you want information on this during our push, our um, um, fundraising for the Navy Marine Corps Relief Society, exclamation mark, Marines for my stream, exclamation mark Navy for Duluth Fly. And that'll bring you up to date. Folks, we're not battling at it to see which stream can beat who, because that's not the point here. The point are the service members of the Navy and Marine Corps. That's the point. Helping them is what we're here for. And the fact that we threw that other sim in there called Digital Combat, they're the ones that actually asked us. So, um, CVW20 asked us if we would join in, and I graciously, of course, any chance to help out a worthwhile cause. And folks, the Navy Marine Corps Relief Society is that they help the transitioning Sea-word personnel. That would be the Navy Marines or Coast Guardies or Coasties, as some like to call them, from the military world back into the civilian world. Now, overall, is there much difference? No. However, most of us will never experience some of what they did in the military, some of the sights, some of the things. Sometimes the military is not a great place. And I don't mean that in dissuading anyone from it, but sometimes, you gotta do things you didn't think you'd have to. And they help you transition out of that world back into the civilian world, and at the same time find skills and traits and stuff that are well known about the military and show you how to implement them and help us all in the civilian world. So it's really great cause, folks. They're going to have to go up there. I mean, the VA is outstanding, but they're all encompassing. They specialize in those who were in the military on the sea for the most part. Some weren't, obviously, just like some Army guys weren't at the front line. They were back in the cushy CO offices located thousands of miles away from the front lines. But these guys get closer than most. And the Marines, first in, last out, folks. So what a better way to help them out by to try to raise some money for their organization and help those that help us every day, folks. They're the ones out there securing freedom and the freedom that many of us take for granted. So, all right, folks. Let's get set up. We've already gone through the approach. We are still planning nines, even though IVAO, which is the only thing online right now. It's a whole separate organization from VATSIM. They have an ATIS out for Paris, and it's showing the 27s, which, by the way, is when we planned the flight to start with. Now, this will be the end of this flight into Paris, mainly because we're going to need to make dinner. We'll see what kind of time afterwards, and maybe put another flight in after dinner. So, but for now, we're going to get on the ground here and close up shop and reopen. If we're going to reopen, it'll be after dinner. All right, now we're going to go ahead and start. Now, be careful not to click this until you've taken over the speed here, and it's by pulling it out. And that way you're manipulating the speeds. Otherwise, you're going to slow to the F speed. And drag it in until you change it. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't done it yet, but I took it on good authority of a real Airbus pilot not to do that. But we're going to click next phase to get to the approach page. And at the same time, we're going to head over to our handy dandy landing calculator. As of, what do we got here? 130Z? I read 2130Z. My bad. Sorry for if I yelled in your ears. I'm going to back this down. I'm terrified I'm blasting into people's ears. All right. So as of 2130 Zulu, winds were 220 at 10. Okay, so it looks like our numbers are pretty close. Just a quick check here. QNH 1014, which equates to 2994. So yeah. Now, here's the fun part, folks. I'm gonna set us wet. Anti-ice, we're gonna run engine, and everything else for now, we'll see how it translates out. So we'll hit compute. Okay, we can't run low. Let's try medium. Perfect. All right, that's going to leave us 2,900 feet, about 3,000, which, looking at the airport map, probably get us to about Zulu 6 or 7. And then we'll come across into the Terminal 1, which is the circular one as you come off the 27s headed south. Okay, so we'll park in there. Perfect. That is perfect. Okay, so here's our approach speed. So it's almost 140. So looking at our chart, that should be about 743. So just under 800 feet a minute for a proper descent if the glide slope was out. All right, so let's take this, push it over here. So QNH, we said 1014, I think. Yep, 1014. Oh, we do put the temp in here. Okay, 22. Winds 220. Boy, there's some numbers to play today, folks, in the lottery here in the U.S. 10. Boy, if it would have said 22, boy, I'd be telling wife, I'm going to be right back. And again, I'm going to use the barrow. So our minimum is 578. All right, and that is all programmed now. So we'll go back to perf. 57 miles. Okay, folks, we are getting close, and hope you all enjoy. And don't forget, if a commercial break comes in and um, interrupts someplace you were really interested in getting into, hang on a second. Check us on YouTube, folks. It'll let you know and show you what you missed. Good catch, Saribot. Good catch. All right. Yes, we run Saribot here. So hopefully try to get this stream a lot more safer. I'm going to bring us down. I still think like I'm pounding into you guys. All right. So 49 miles. Get that out of the way. Get one more look at the plane. Okay, and we're getting close, folks. Getting close. All right, just doing some stuff in the background here, folks, as we prepare now. Top of descent is now on the nav display. We're set at 80-mile range, or actually 40-mile range. Sorry, I'm used to Boeing where you double it. So at this point, we should be descending to let's see, below 28, below 16. We'll set for 16. And then Lauren below 15 but above 11. So, and that's 7 miles after. So, okay, cool. And probably within 20 miles, so we're just about there, somewhere between 10 and 20, we'll start that descent. Because of VEDUS, which still a little bit away, we got to be below 28,000. So again, hope you've all had a fantastic week. as we get into Friday Eve. Some of you, it is Friday, so. All right, and I am gonna get us going in a managed descent as soon as we kibosh the music. All right, so how do we get into a managed descent? Well, you push in on the altitude select here. You get the dot that says we're in a managed descent. So any constraints that you have set up along the way, the aircraft should meet them and either hold at before or take them down. And I don't see the one for VEDUS. Let's take a look. Now at the same time here, folks, I can right click wind data and request. It's not like Boeing where it's going to fill it in. Actually, it still shows us in cruise. And this green dot here, folks, will tell you when you're on profile. All right, and we're pretty good rate. We'll watch our speeds here that we don't get out of the range. I'm going to go ahead and start in on some speed brakes. Okay, we got past VIDOS, pretty good. We're managing our speeds pretty good. And let's kind of watch how we transition on down. All right, folks, so give us about another, they're saying 11, about 15 minutes, we should be on the ground. I hope you've enjoyed this today, folks. Hey, okay, hang on. All right, so, but again, welcome aboard there, Gato Fredzo. But anyway, we're on our way, folks. We'll be, 15,000 after Devon. Let's see how we do. I'd kind of like be below that. All right. Hope you all have had a great day, folks. Hope it's been a blessed one, and we'll see you again. We'll be on the ground in 10, 15 minutes. Hopefully, after dinner, we can get back on here and maybe do another leg. I don't want to promise something I'm not 100% sure I can come through with. Another mothership ahead, folks. I love how some of the clouds just, especially on the sim, but in the real world, it's neat to look at the clouds. They always, always intrigue me. Well, we'll use their transition level 7,000. Okay. All right, well, we're getting below, well, we're at 16,000. Um, Heading right for a thunderstorm. All right, flight attendants, take your seat for weather ahead. Flight attendants, take your seat. Please, we have some bumpy weather ahead of us. Oh, sorry about that, folks. Okay, so you can kind of see the track we're going to take right over here. And this is what we have weather-wise ahead of us. Yep, I forgot to put in our ACARS. I had it started, but I didn't actually start the flight. Oh well. So, and with all that time on the ground, you think I could have remembered? Nope. All right, I am going to go ahead, take over speed, start slowing us down. All right, so we got a pretty good sell here as we come into Paris. I have no ATC, so it's all about us. We're coming in on the nines. That's what we kind of planned for about halfway in, till the winds shifted complements of what's in front of us, which is fine. We'll work our way through it, and we're going to go ahead and start down. Open descent. Let's go ahead. See what about that. Back it up to about right there. All right, final checks here, folks, as we are. Okay, so we've got our arrival set, performance set, top of descent winds. We're down, coming up on 10,000 feet for the lights. Nav display LS. Set. Just in the outset that we need it. Both are set for landing. McDo RadNav page. Let's check it. PNE 10935 looks good. And 83. Cool. All right, and we are beginning to get buffeted. Finally, approach procedures, speed. Oh, let's get our speed brakes. I think there's, nope, they're in. Speed brakes are in. Brakes are set to medium. Thought about going to southwest, which is max. And so we could make sure with full reverse thrust, maximum auto brake. Yeah, if your face isn't peeled out of the seat in front of you, that ain't a proper Southwest Airlines deceleration. All right, so here we go, folks. Coming down to 12,000. Time to set our speed to 240. And we are beginning to get ourselves bumped around as expected in the thunderstorm. Okay, we're through. Well, no, we still got a little edge to go through on a couple cells here, and then we should be coming out pretty good. All right. Uh, Louise ZFFFGG asks, how is your weather radar setup? I can't get mine to work. Okay, in Toliss, all you have to do is hang on a sec. Give me a second here. Oh, good. I love it. I can come down, pull my speed brakes back up. Nope, not armed yet. All right. So right here is your radar. I've got multi-scan on auto, GCS on auto. The on-off switch you can move with your mouse wheel or click on it, either way. I've got it strictly on weather, but I can set it to weather turbulence. Next to it, PWS or, um, oh, I can't think of the predicted or predictive wind shear um, alert. And then you can tilt your radar. I've got it set at 0. So it's all right here, and I keep the gain right in the middle. That's for Toliss. Now, flight factor, you ain't going to use any of that. Um, but any of the Toliss Airbuses, that's what you would need to do. Minus the A350, that thing, I don't understand a lot about it. A lot of more flights need to be done on it. But in the interactive stuff, make sure you have the most up-to-date Toliss, and you should be good because there's nothing in the interactive tool to set up to make it work. And make sure you're on the latest and greatest X-Plane version too. So for those out there curious, that would be X-Plane 12.1.1. Anything less, I forget where they actually really implemented this. Definitely make sure you're up to date on that as well. And those, by the way, I hope Flight Factor is listening, release candidate 1.1. So they can't go back and say, well, we don't update with betas. Those are release candidates right now. All right, we're coming into 7,000, so I'm going to go ahead and set. And we said 1014. Going to double check our METAR. 250 at 6. Oh, just like takeoff, folks. Tailwind takeoff, tailwind landing. Just a little stronger. 1013 now. All right. Now, when we make the turn here at 7, oh, I didn't see these flight levels. Okay, well, we'll be below 7,000 here. We're going to be heading for 4,000 here. But we got to slow to 185. Ooh, this end got a little stronger since we started downwind. Where are you going, dog? Oh my gosh, what a fraidy dog. You're gonna need to lay down there, mister. Thank you. Stand by, folks. All right, had to send a picture of this. Our 140-pound Australian massive, or Austria massive mix, hiding under a table under my desk while we cook. Uh-oh, too many clients connected. Holy crap, it actually got rid of my X-Pilot. All right, we're slowing. Okay, we're starting to put speed brakes in to help get us slowed. And okay, we got the localizer. Oh, we can go all, got them all armed as we hit that tail end of that. Then we'll break out, hopefully. Okay. Yeah, I'm not really certain why we got disconnected other than it said too many people on the server. So we may have to look for a different server on VATSIM, but I mean, it actually shut the whole thing down. So I don't know what that was all about. Okay, we are currently 13 miles out. Obviously, a new runway in sight. That was really bizarre. I must have booted it. They must have reset it. All right, we're on everything. Glide slope localizer. 11 miles out, and we're going to go ahead and begin the slow down to what did we say? 137. All right, we're back into soup. For now, you know what? Let's just be. Give me that one more time. 3,200 feet, so we should be popping out. "14 minutes ago.
2,500.
Okay, we're looking for runway environment, folks. Flaps to 3. Just because we can see the ground does not make us legal at 200.
2,000.
Flaps full. Arm up the spoilers, please. Okay, folks, I don't know about you, but I don't see a runway. I'm starting to see, I think I've got it. Yeah, runway environment. Okay, 1,600 feet. And Paris traffic, Charles de Gaulle. Austrian 572, approximately 3-mile final, 9 left. All right, we're going to take over. Hey, tell that guy in the tower, put the cord back in the outlet.
100 above. 300.
Stable landing.
Minimum. 200. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 10. 5.
Off we go, folks. Welcome to Paris with a 5-knot tailwind. And Paris traffic, Austrian 572 off at Zulu 6 to Terminal 1. All right, let's get that radar turned off. All right, APU spooling up. I'm trying to see if there's anything else. All right, after landing, flaps master switch on, terrain data, brake temperatures. Hot, hang on, we'll get the fan on. All right, so we are taxiing over to, is that Quebec? By the way, folks, these are the de-ice areas for the runways. Got a feeling I may be the only one here. Oh, spoilers, that's what I forgot. All right, folks, there's our gating, and I really don't care which one we go into. If anyone's here familiar with where Austrian parks, we'll put it there. Just got to give me a second to get a parking chart. But we'll just, wow. I thought there were two rotundas here. Or are they building one? Well, the one right over here is the one I'm familiar with, so. Like I said, folks, I don't know procedurally how this is done here. This is how I'm going to park. All right, so we are in the blocks, parking brake. Now set. All right, and APU bleed coming on. Let's shut them down. All right, folks, welcome again to Paris. I want to say thank you. And wow, what a great flight this turned into. Wow. All right, I'm going to get outside the aircraft here. Just some things I want to see. Like, does this work? Oh, I was wondering how this was going to play in here. Nice. Nice. All right. And let's get up here, turn the beacon off. And finally, brake temperatures we'll look at. The engines are turned off, beacon, seatbelts, elapsed time. That's what we forgot. So just under 2-hour flight, folks. Brakes are still cooling. And we will be getting our fleet out here in a moment. Speaking thereof. All right, folks, let's take a look at this, shall we? We don't have an airline to review this with, so, because that loose nut behind the stick, that being me, forgot. Yeah, that's right, he forgot. So for now, I'm going to go in here, set the chocks. All right, so let's bring in Sim Toolkit. All right, and as you can see on it, it gave the flight landing of 72 feet a minute. You know, I kind of agree with that. 140, so right on the approach speed, if not a little fast. But overall, a really, really great run. Um, so let's complete it. And let's go. Man, I would have loved to have sent that to our guys at Mac Air. Ah, darn it. Oh well. View the details. Okay, again, an hour and 57 minutes, 559 miles, 3,800 kilograms of fuel, and the great numbers on the landing. Now, I do know I landed long. That's bleeding off speed, unfortunately. All right, so you can see we landed 2,600 feet down an 8,800 foot runway. We were only 9 feet off the center line. All of that, folks, I know is because we were a little fast. We should have been down around 137 to 132. So we were a little fast, which allowed us to float before it would settle. And it settled nicely, 72 feet a minute. So really love this. Still well within the landing zone, as you can see. Now, if you start seeing this end, yeah, you're running out of runway. But we came off at Zulu 6, taxied here, and I think we're like here. Or here, one of the two. All right, so really, really a great flight, folks. I am not going to sit here, blow smoke saying, boy, I'd love to, but we are going to disconnect now from VATSIM and double check our settings when we come on. And we're going to try, that's why I'm trying to make sure I got a lot of stuff cleared up. And off. Okay, so, and let's take a look at Elevec. Flight completed. I don't know if it is. Oh, they got us at 25 feet a minute. Wow. So, but again, that's, let me see. I'm going to look. That's not great. Yep. Yeah. Disappoint. It's to me the Volanta look to it. What do we got here? Oh, are we cooled yet? All right, they're wanting a parking brake off. All right, well, stand by, folks. What we're gonna try and do here is rewind. So let's do this, and here we go. Well, the software, oh, it is. All right, folks, well, we're gonna actually get a rewind. Let's see where we are. Runway in sight. Here we go, folks. I don't know if that's grease coming off the wheels or butter. That was a pretty good landing, or both. And we made the first intersection, which is great. Wow, that was a good landing, folks. Let's go back and watch it from another viewpoint. Nice and stable, folks. I'm learning. I'm getting them better and better each flight. Well, not to say I'm not going to screw up, folks, but it feels like I'm getting it more into that. If I do the ILSs, obviously, it's when I do the RNPs or the RNAVs, that's when I get into trouble. But again, folks, thanks again for flying with Mike. Nice float, but overall good landing. Look at that. Is he even on the ground? Oh, there are the spoilers, so I guess I am. Let's look towards the terminal, shall we? Maybe. Boy. Nice, nice, nice. It's nice to see those every now and then, folks. I got one more I want to watch. Right up from the nose.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20, retard, 10, 5.
Very nice. Let's take a look at it from a tower, hopefully.
20, retard, 100.
And then we're not going to see it from there. All right, folks, what a fun day flying Austrian 572 from Vienna to Paris, France. As I call it, the Olympic shuttle, folks. Hope you enjoyed. Glad to have had y'all aboard. And folks, like I said, if everything goes as I hope, we'll see. Here in about an hour, we might be able to fire back up. May not. If we don't, no problems. We'll be back tomorrow. Another fun, amazing flying with Mike. Folks, don't forget the Marines and Naval Marine Relief Society. Really worthwhile. Check it and see if you can't help them out. They are a really good organization for those men and women of the Navy, Marines, and I'm pretty sure the Coast Guard might be involved. Not 100% sure, but folks, they need your help transitioning out of the military into the civilian world. This organization helps them. Folks, it's been a pleasure, like always, flying with you and having you fly with Mike. Tomorrow, I don't know exactly how things are going to be, but we'll hope for before a noon Central Time departure, and we'll see what kind of trouble we can stir up in these skies. So, folks, for now, I am just going to wonder why I didn't even hear our doorbell. So, but for now, let me just get things opened up here. And we will see you tomorrow. All right, let's see who we can stir up out here and send this stream off to. Well, I am not seeing anybody out there, so. All right, folks, at least in the flight simming world. So, folks, I hope you all have a great night if we're not able to get back on. If not, look for us in about an hour. God bless you all. We'll see you tomorrow.